The same thing I will be able to also share on how it should be. So it is important to note that 40% is obtained through the TPAT process, a TPAT which the TSC has actually been rolling out to all the teachers countrywide, and as it is a form of as a assessment, maybe teacher professional assessment, maybe appraisal. So it is a form of appraisal. So that appraisal is carrying out 40%. And then 20% is going to be obtained through the categories of other categories, which will be done through the training by either TSC or any other service provider like him. So if you do, like those people who are doing diploma in education management, you will be able to get this 20%. So the scoring of the TPD program, for instance, is that to undertake and successfully complete the one level module, which comprises of 5 chapters within the 5 years. Because you will notice that we are going to have 6 modules, and then each module is carrying 5 years, because each year there is a chapter. So for a final score to be computed, then this is going to be done. The TPD scoring will be from 3 sources. So the first source is that the service providers will submit their analyzed performance of the teachers they trained through the TSC online platform, like what we are carrying out. So the cohort 1, we have already done the assessment, and the mentors have already done the marking. So this is what will be considered for that particular assessment. Then the commission will also analyze the TPAT rating and award the TPT marks. So here again, there will be that of TPAT. Then we'll also add to the TPT marks, which the service provider, the TSC, I mean the KEMI, will be able to give. Then other service providers working with the TSC, like I have talked about it earlier, that we are having some there. Those people are doing smarter courses. So the certification that they attain from there, the KISA courses, the KEMI courses like the short courses and the diploma, then the British Council programs, all those are also adding up. So these are forming the 3 sources of scoring for the TPT. So you will notice this is going to be the breakdown, like the deliverables. At the end of it all, we are going to have it spread like this, that we are going to have the full participation in the teacher performance appraisal, that is the TPAT, will be having a rating of 40%. Then the modules, the prescribed modules, will be 40%. Then the reflective channel, which I'm going to go through it, will amount to 15%. And then that is now, if you look at it, the reflective, the participant-led final synthesis, and the individual professional portfolio development, all of it will amount to the prescribed modules, the 40%. So I want you to notice that these 40% from prescribed modules of the DPD are going to be scored as under reflective channel 15%, final synthesis 10%, and then the portfolio 15%. All will amount to 40%. And then we are going to have the teacher training programs that I've talked of, that you could be able to undertake under different institutions like KEMI, Semester, KISE, then that will add to 20%. Then you will have a total of 100%. So it is very important to note that that is how it is. Possibly if there is any response to that, any reaction to that, maybe let me check the the WhatsApp. So somebody is saying I changed to PowerPoint. I don't know what it means, because I want also to note to check.
I think they mean you go full screen, Mr. Barkwa.
Okay. Oh, so now you will be able to alert me on the WhatsApp because I can. I mean the chats. The chats. Because, so possibly. That is what they mean.
Yes, that's what they mean.
Yeah. So I don't know whether something was lost. I can still begin from there. That I was talking of the assessment of the TPD is in the three main assignments, which is reflective, and I talked of reflective, the final synthesis, and the TPD. So I think that is where I was beginning. And then that is where I also talked of the TPAT is obtained through the 40% TPAT process, which is usually even the TSC advertisement, sometimes when they talk of you must have proved or must have gone through the TPAT process, then that is a TPD. So it is very important that to note of that. So the TPAT process is the TPD. Then the 20% is obtained through other trainings, which you must be going on with, like there are some members in this forum that they are going through the diploma in institution management. So what they will earn annually is that they will earn 20%. So that is what I meant. And therefore, when we come to the scoring of the DPT, this is what I have actually said, that the DPT scoring will be from the three sources. So one source is the analysis of the performance of the teachers through the training of the DPT. Then the next one is analysis of the DPAT. Then finally is other courses that are undertaken by a participant from the respective institutions which are mentioned. So this is actually what I was explaining, that the TPAT alone will be carrying 40%. Then the TPD, which we are calling it prescribed modules, will carry 40%. And this 40% is spread as follows. We are having reflective channel 15%. We are having a final synthesis. It's like a project. It is like a paper which you are going to write at the end of it, 10%. Then you are also going to have a portfolio where you are going to develop. I think I'm going to take you through the development of a portfolio. But at the end of the day also, you will be having an activity which you will be able to do, so that tomorrow we can be able to see how far you've done. Then finally, like I've said, that you will also be able to be assessed through other trainings from other institutions that will amount to 20%. So the total will actually add up to 100%. So I think that is it. So I was still checking the WhatsApp. If there is an issue on the same, I think I've shared the screen. Somebody is talking of sharing the screen. Those who do not have an opportunity, how will those of us who not in online TPAT? I think TPAT, you are actually, those of you who are not on online training, I think we are already, if you are here and you are responding to this, I think it will be a requirement that everyone have to undertake this particular program. So it means therefore that those people who are not going to undertake the TPD program, then they will be short of 40%. Does it mean then that we must enroll for other courses? Fine, you will be occasionally undertaking these particular courses. Some of them are actually there over. So it is important that we note of that. So what is very important is that there are so many trainings other than the TPT that teachers are undergoing. But what we are emphasizing is, please, there are so many trainings that teachers are going through, but sometimes they don't get certificates. So please, get a certificate for the SEM so that you can be able to get a score. I think that is very important. All right, so I've responded to the charts which are there. So let's look at the assignment or reflective channel. How do we carry out a reflective learning channel? It is very important. So, and we are saying that this usually commences on the first day. So what you need to do is that you keep a personal learning channel, primarily on what are the learning experiences during the program. So you note that what have you learned? Yeah? So these are actually like later on we shall be able to note, particularly what we are talking of group processing. Like what have you learned, what have you contributed to the group. So later on you will notice, but what is very important is at this particular time we are beginning this learning, what is it that you are learning? Then you keep on noting those ones. And they are very important actually. Whatever you pick in your learning process, during your learning experiences, then you note it, then that is a journal. It's like giving a record of what you consider very important in that process of learning. So what we are saying is that the journal should be a critical, meaning reflecting, critical thinking, but not criticizing. So somehow you are looking at, you are reflecting deep thinking. At the same time, you're also having that critical thinking, but not negative. You know, criticizing is a bit negative. With the consideration of your learning experiences in relation to class discussion, presentation, and personal reading. Like somebody was saying, can you share full screen? That is an experience that you've encountered. And once you did that, then you notice that you are now visualizing everything. And you are, whatever I'm reading, you are also reading. Whatever you are seeing, I'm also seeing. So that is something to note, but that which is deep in the thinking, so that what is it that you are learning? Then each channel entry should include the following aspects of what you did, what was observed, what was learned, questions you could have raised, what did you feel, even a question which you asked, or you may have wished to ask, then you put it down. So that is the content of your channel. And it is a daily, like now we are beginning this first session, then after break, then you will notice. But now when we shall get there, you can be able to see, let's see, this is how you can put it. You can use the following points or questions as guide to your reflective channel. Like what I learned as a teacher or instructional teacher. So you realize this one, it is irrespective of whether you are a teacher or an instructional leader or a head of institution, head of someone to, maybe a principal, a teacher, or principal of a teacher, TTC. Then all this is that what have I learned as a teacher or an instructional leader? What I still want to learn about, or what I still wonder about. Maybe there's some things which are not very clear that you are still wondering about, that you maybe this is a ground area where you could ask questions. This is an area where you could ask questions because something is not very clear and you are still wondering what is it. Then this is something which you also need to put down. Then finally, what I need to learn. So those are the three important points or questions or guides that can be able to always help you to be able to develop a reflective learning channel. Let's look at an example here. We are talking of, according to the score 1983, there are two types of reflections. One during, one after an activity or event. So let's, the two, maybe during, one during that process. Like now, as we are going through this, there are things which are coming to your mind. There are things that you are learning. That is while we are on. And that is why we are talking of reflection in action. You are reflecting while the action is on. Then you are talking of when you are thinking about or reflecting while you are in activity, you are using a reflection in action or a reflection during a particular activity. So some reflections that can come in here is, what is it that I'm experiencing? What is it that I'm thinking on your feet? What is it that you are thinking about? What to do next? Then acting straight away. So this is some of the things, because while your session is going on, like my assistant there assisted me, telling me, now put your presentation on a full screen. Yes, so these are reflections on or during or in action while I'm going on, so that at least I can be able to improve as I continue. Because if I had continued the way I was, then actually maybe something learning could be inhibited. Maybe learning could not take place as required. Then how to write reflectively. And this is how, like now we are having before the experience. Think about the things that could have happened. What are the things that you feel might be a challenge? Then the things that you can do to prepare for this experience. So these are preparations. Like now, sometimes when you are going to teach, for instance, and you are preparing the content and even the presentation, then these are some of the things which you must be thinking, that the experiences before the actual teaching or the actual learning. And then during the learning, then it's like observe what is happening at the moment. As you make a particular decisions, like, is it working out as expected? Are you dealing with the challenges well? Is there anything you should do, say, or think to make the experience successful? Like this, what I'm also thinking about is that, how do I involve you in this particular? Maybe when we go to a breakaway rooms, then we can be able to do this. Then after the experiences is that now you describe your thoughts immediately after or later, when you have come, you have more emotional distance from the event. Like for instance now, and many people would appreciate the kind of appreciation that people give after a presentation. At the same time, maybe the presenters would like to know, how was it? How was it? So is there anything you would have done differently before or during the similar event? This is now your thinking. Then what are the takeaways? What is it that you have picked as a lesson so that you can better the future? So those are some of the things which you can be able to consider. So it is important to note that we are having always the 3 W's to write reflectively. And then these 3 W's are what, so what, and what next. So what is before? So what is going on? Then what next? So what we are saying is, when we begin with what we are talking of description, that we recall an event and write it down descriptively. Like what was the event, what happened, who was involved. So that is actually the what happened, who was involved. Then when we come to so what, it is a form of an interpretation. And then we are saying you take a few minutes to reflect and interpret the event, and in this manner, what is most important, what is interesting, what is relevant, what is useful in the aspects of the event or idea or situation. Then how can it be explained better? How is it similar or different from others? So that is the interpretation we are putting. Then what next is the outcome. You are making a conclusion on what you can learn from the event and how you can apply it next time. So that is the kind of conclusion, like what next? How are you going to apply this? How are you going to, what have you picked from that? So you say, what have I learned? How can I apply it in the future? So that is what next. So you now realize that sometimes we can also put this in the rubric form so that you can be able to understand better, or now you can put it across because this is a form of an assessment. At times, it is informing you, or now this reflective channel is now scored by those people who are marking. So we have a criterion, descriptors, and then the mark, then the comments by the facilitator. So this is how it is marked. So like now, when you talk of what I learned, then this is an overview of what is written, what has been learned on the professional basis about the contents or that presentation which have been done. So it is an overview insight and outlines what has been uncovered, discovered, and even experiences and readings and activities engaged. So this all that, and you will earn yourself 5 marks. Then what I still wonder about is a deep reflection on the critical and even questions raised, the nagging questions that remains unanswered in the chapter. So that you learn yourself 5 marks. And finally, what I need to learn. And this is a deep reflection of critical questions that are raised, the nagging questions still, then you earn yourself 5 marks. So actually, that is how it is scored. And you know, in a rubric manner, then the same thing can also be arranged. I may not go into the other details, but now what is coming up is the ranking, the criterion of 1 to 5. So you realize 1 to 2 is approaching expectation, 3 is meeting expectation, 3 and 5 is exceeding expectation. And then there are weights there. So so actually, like the table I was describing is that the TPT points ranges from 4 to 5. Then that is describe not only what they know, what you know, but it shows the comments, commitment in applying the knowledge. Then the aspect of the application. So if you are actually exceeding expectation, like for instance, you are exceeding expectation 4 and 5, then these are the things which you should exhibit, that you can show commitment and that you can be able to apply the knowledge. And then the aspect of the application of the knowledge acquired in an innovative manner. So you should actually depict that innovation. Meeting expectation is actually, this is brought in the aspect of knowledge that have been acquired, and then the application, but not with innovation. Then below, where approaching expectation 1 to 2 is actually brought in the aspect of knowledge acquired, but no element of application, yeah, and even innovation. So I think that is very clear. Okay. All right. So we having issue of final synthesis, possibly. Yes, I prepare because we are having two aspects now and then. Let me check. Maybe if there is a reaction, we can be able to respond. Let me check your chat. Your chat, nothing in the chat now. Maybe let me stop this so that I can be able to. Elvis, you can allow them. I'm on actually. It is only that I was trying to check something. So Elvis, you can unmute them. I just want to hear them. Let me hear.
We have Techno come on 12. We don't know your real name.
Yes, I'm Olwach Collins Ben.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm asking, this is my first time here, and am I in the right cohort or the right group? Or
If this is your first time, you should be in another class, TPD3. This is for continuing class, TPD2.
okay, so kindly guide me. So how do I go about it? How do we give me a link for joining? How can I get the link for joining for the TPD3?
I will share the link for TPD3 on the chat so that you can join.
Okay.
Thank
you very much.
We have a King Mary Bernard.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Ngetich, where you have gone with us through. I have 3 short questions. One, when you are talking about on how the rating is done for the earning of the marks, part of it is some marks will come from whether you are attending other courses with particular groups that are recognized. And now I'm wondering what will happen with some of us that now we are on here and we are unable to attend those other courses. And yet that is required. Another question I have is about this assessment journaling in a way that how is it different with somebody reflecting and evaluating? It's more or less, for me, it sounds like evaluation of individual of what one has learned and what one yet to understand. How is this reflective journal different with evaluation? Thank you.
Thank you. We have Tasmin Jamal.
Good morning, Malimu.
Morning.
This is Tasmin, and thank you so much for giving us an insight this morning. But I have a few questions. First one was that I do a lot of courses online through a school where I go and assist, and they are from a British website. And then they give us a certificate, and they are sent directly to LinkedIn also. Now, so would this kind of, these are not external, they're not directly affiliated to a Ministry of Education in Kenya, but they relate to education, and the ones I'm doing right now are relating to health and safety for the children. So would that help, or I specifically have to go only to those schools which are affiliated with the TSC?
Thank you for your question.
For example, I'm just starting a course because we got a good bargain from our community, from University of Netherlands. The course is worth 77,000, but we got a discount for 2,700 shillings. So I'm starting this course on curriculum design and assessments on 16th of this month, and it's going to be on for 3 months. Now, this is not affiliated technically with the Ministry of Education, but curriculum design and assessments is universal. So I'm now wondering how are my documents going to help to blend with the expectations of our ministry?
Thank you for your question. We have Ruth Minor. Ruth Minor, did you have a question? I've asked you to unmute. For the TPD, for the first time participants, I've shared the link for TPD on the chat, TPD3. That is for the first timers. Ruth Minor, proceed. Ruth Minor, did you have a question? Okay, seems like she did not have a question. Hello. Hello. Morning. Why? No, try again. Just close the Zoom up, then you try. Hello. Naomi, do you have a question?
Yes, good morning, Mwalimu. Good
Yes,
morning.
you raised your hand. Morning.
I'm asking a clarification. I've attended 2 sessions, TPD1, session 1 and 2. So I don't know if this is the right session for me or there's
Yes,
another
you're
one.
in the right session. This is the right session. This is session 3.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You have Paul Ogada Obuya. Mr. Paul, you can unmute yourself. Mr. Paul,
Yes.
proceed.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
My problem is that today we are starting a session and the program of today is not yet clear for me. We could have been given a structure. This is what we have. This is the way the program will be for the day. We will do this, proceed to this, proceed to this. I am still stuck there.
Okay, that is noted.
Thank
I
you.
think Mr. Ngetich is back with us. We have Evelyn Okeo. Some of the questions you can just put in the chat. We shall be able to see them. I may not be able to allow all of you to speak.
Mute. Hello,
Yes, proceed.
I was wondering
Yes.
how many courses we have to undertake, because you've talked about the TPAD, the prescribed modules, and we are on the model. So if the modules are only 40%, how many courses are and where are they being offered? That's
I
all.
think Mr. Barpong is going to shed light on that. He had shared it in a previous slide.
Okay.
We have Elsie Nyangweso. Proceed. Elsie Nyangweso, you had a question? You raised your hand. Seems like she didn't have a question. We have Shahenza Musachi.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, Shahenza. I think I'll take Shahenza as the final question. The rest, you can just type your question in the chat. Mr. Barkwang, you can unmute yourself.
My question is,
Yes.
that for those of us who have done session 1 and session 2, and maybe expecting this an oncoming interviews this year for promotion, have what we have done submitted to TSC, or what are the evidences we shall take there so that they can know we are in progress?
Thank you for that question. I will, Mr. Barkwang is going to answer them. Thank you, members. Mr. Barkwang?
Hello. The second question on the same. Hello. 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 Are you getting me?
Yes. Yes, proceed. Yes, Mr. Shahenza.
Okay, okay. I'm back. I've been having a problem of power outage.
Yeah, Mr. Shahenza was finishing with this question, then we proceed.
Yes.
Mr. Shahenza, are you there? Finish your question. Unmute yourself. Okay, he doesn't seem to unmute himself. Thank you, Mr. Barkwang. Yes, what was the question? You are speaking and you are muted.
In our TPADs in school,
yes,
we cannot see KEMI as one of enlisted service provider for TPD.
Okay, that has been an ongoing issue. TSC is aware of the issue and is going to rectify.
Okay.
Back to you, Mr. Barkwang. I've been taking some of the questions. I will share them with you, but you can proceed.
A minute.
Mr. George Wanjala, please note we are not offering session 2 for cohort 2. This is session 3 for cohort 2. Cohort 2, session 2 was done a long time ago. I'm trying to look at some of your questions. What about the reflections we have done after every unit? Yes, that's exactly what you were saying, Madam Tasmin. The reflections that you do after every unit, that is what we are talking about. That forms a reflective journal. I'm trying to look at some of your questions. Is the government paying the 6K? That one I'm not aware. As far as I'm concerned, it's an individual who should pay for the fees. I attended session 1 and halfway session 2, my phone was damaged. I was not able to do my assignments. Please let us do our assignments. Session 1 was recorded and is available on our YouTube channel. You can be able to go and catch up. I did my assignment on our previous unit and it keeps on disappearing. Are you sure? Please reach me after the class. The link to session 1, we don't have session 1. Session 1 is for TPD3. I'd already shared it. I'm going to share it again. That is for the first time participants, those who are joining for the first time. Can we get samples of reflective journals? I think now from here, our coordinator is going to answer them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elvis. Thank you for stepping in.
Yes.
Well, I was having that challenge of network connectivity and power outage. However, I was able, I don't know whether you could summarize for me, if you could still, because I was off, I would not be able to get. What I only got is a concern of a member, around 3, possibly 1 is getting to know the program of the day. I don't know whether we could share, because I'm still to consult the DPD coordinator so that this thing should be shared so that they can be able to know. But today we are only dealing with the assessment. Then tomorrow, because tomorrow I will not be with this group, I will be in another group. So I don't know, maybe we can still share so that in the forums of the participants, they can be able to get to know the program so that they can plan. I think that is valid. It's a valid concern. Then another issue that I picked also is what evidence should one provide? And I think one sometimes if you've registered with TPD, then sometimes the information that you have to the effect that you have registered with KEMI, then usually there is a message that you will always have. You can convert that one to be an evidence that, because it is too early to have any, because the only document we produce as but the service providers requirement is that they provide the transcripts and the certificates, which are going to be used by the TSC for purposes of renewal of the teaching license. So I think that is that. And then the concern of some people saying which courses should we be doing. Actually, I think I responded this when I was still doing the presentation, that occasionally there are so many trainings that the teachers are undergoing with so many other institutions, be it NEC, be it Semester, be it KISE or KEMI. So we are not saying that you should be able to register so many courses as such, But we are saying whatever course that you are undertaking, be it short or long course, then you should be able to get a certificate. Then you will be able to earn the others. Earn the 20%. So possibly, Elvis, you had noted some that I could not get, then I can respond because I'm only having 2 sessions. And then after that, we could be able to get to the breakaway rooms that they can be able to analyze these assessment tools that we are using, the 3 of them. I think that is the day's work. We are only looking at the general assessment, which is not examination. Somebody was saying, is it an evaluation, assessment, or examination? There is no examination in this particular program. It is simply an assessment. And when you look at it, it is the participants' own assignment that are actually being marked. So it is your participation as a participant. So briefly, you can highlight some of the issues that I may not have captured, then I can be able to proceed.
I'm seeing some issues here. I'm going to, in terms of program, will allow me to, I will share the program.
Yes.
Also, I'm seeing people who have issues of virtual campus.
Yes.
I'm going to try and assist them.
And I wish for just to interrupt you, I wish these members could be aware how important you are in making people, even in the country, entire country, that you have been facilitating the access to virtual campus. They are lucky.
Yes.
And I was happy also to be with you in this session of mine, because that is an issue which you can be able to tackle well. Many have that challenge, but in future, Mr. Elvis, you can actually come up with a document, a step-by-step process of assessing the virtual campus in a simplified manner, so that these people can be able to enjoy. Because what the essence of this training should actually be enjoying learning and not having any stress. Okay, go ahead.
That is true. Thank you. All issues of virtual campus, I'm going to see how to assist all of you. There was a question here that someone was asking, what will happen to those who, there's a requirement that you must have attended courses from other institutions to earn marks. So what will happen to those who are attending here and may not have time to attend to those other institutions? Then the other question was how is journaling? How is a reflective journal different from evaluation? Because someone thought that if you are entering a reflective journal is similar to doing an evaluation. Then there's a lady called Madam Tasmin who had an issue on affiliations recognized by TSC. I think I'm going to allow her to unmute herself so that she can provide clarity, because she really required guidance on this. Madam Tasmin, please unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Malemo. So, I do substitute teaching at International School of Kenya, and they put us on a website for safety and protection for the children as a renewal of our contract. So they've actually given access to a lot of courses which are on British website called TESS, and TESS is official British curriculum website. So they're very universal, they're international. So I'm doing all the courses on health and safety for the children on different aspects. Basically what we discussed in our unit last time with the TPD. And then they give you a certificate and they put you directly on LinkedIn. So it's very recognized. So these are ongoing courses I'm doing in my free time, which is affiliated to education. And there's another one I'm starting soon, inshallah, on 16th on curriculum design with University of Netherlands, which is for 3 months. So can that not be part of what you're expecting of us as a requirement of doing some coursework?
Yes, I've noted. Thank you for your response, and thank you for the proactive, because actually you are trying to learn and try to empower yourself into this field of education. But what I'm saying is that other trainings, which amounts to 20%, is already
Yes.
what you are carrying out. What is very important is only that you produce a certificate, the certificates
yes.
for those particular trainings, then
Yes.
it is approved enough for other trainings that you are conducting. You are quite okay. And to respond to these other people who are saying, while you are on this TPD, I'm assuring you, occasionally there are so many trainings. The only problem that these trainings that are going on, there is no certification. But it is very important that we appeal to those providers of those particular trainings, because teachers are being trained outside. Even the CSOs, the curriculum support officers, are also training these teachers, but insist them to give you certificates so that these certificates can add up to these other trainings which you are required to do.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
another question, Malimu. How
Yes.
many you expect us to do for this requirement of 20%? How many certificates
20%,
can I bring?
it is only one. Only one.
Oh, okay.
Only one.
I'm okay.
Yes, not so many.
I bring I bring 3-4 in a week. Okay, fine.
One per year.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, one per year. Not so many. One per
Okay.
year.
And
Yeah.
one more burning question, please. You
Yes.
gave us a presentation, and for the descriptors, I wanted to take pictures of all the descriptors you've given. So that will be a guideline for me when I'm doing my work and do a checklist of if I've met the requirement. So in the course of the time with our session today, will you please give us the show us the PowerPoint where you have the last slides where you had the descriptors, so I can quickly make a note of them.
But very importantly, because at the end of it, all these presentations are yours. We are going to share with you. But
okay, fine.
What is very important is that the person whom we are assisting one another, Elvis, is the one who is actually manning the virtual campus. If you be able to access the virtual campus, the content is already there. Yes, the content is already there. So I don't know, maybe later on you can be in touch with us, and then we can.
It's just posted. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. It's just posted it in chats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Was there any other concern, Elvis? Any other concern?
From my end, that's it.
Okay.
I think we shall be able to move on. I've pasted my WhatsApp number for those who are having challenges. After the class, please, you can side chat me. Ensure you include your issue and your TSC number. Thank you.
And assist the madam who have just spoken, so that at least she can be able to be comfortable with. And my emphasis is, this training of ours is to make you enjoy learning, because when you actually learn with challenges, then you may not be able to learn. So what we are advocating is you must be able to enjoy learning. So we should facilitate that kind of learning, which is making you learn with enjoyment. All right. So allow me again to proceed, and then proceed with so let me share this. Let me share the final synthesis and then the portfolio for the day. So this is also one of the requirements that you need to undertake before the end of every module. So like, for instance, now we are dealing with the introductory module. So what you will be required to do is the reflective journal, the final synthesis, and there is no any other evaluation, no any other assessment other than the three. It is very important. It is important to know that we are actually assessing you in the three forms: the reflective journal, which I've just gone, the final synthesis, which I'm actually doing, and then portfolio, the portfolio development. So the portfolio development will be my last presentation. So let me go through these final sentences, and it is like just a project. It's just like a research paper. So what you need to be keen about is that you need to gather some information from a variety of sources to form a new idea, question, and even a argumentative thesis. So it's like a research thesis, rather. But so what we need to do is important to note here is the format, the format that you need to adopt. So you'll notice that the writers composing these sentences are a kind of an essay, will be discussing ideas, collecting data, and providing evidence from a series of sources to explain or argue something original. What we are emphasizing here is that originality. You don't pick what other people have done. So here, and it is so clear that you have originated an idea, you've supported with data, and also provided evidence to the same, so that you can be able to explain your argument, that which is original. Then you will also notice that questions or theses that guide a synthesis essay may be based on the objectives, the writer's objective opinion. So you must come up with an objective opinion. And then you also attempt to use objective evidence. And then you provide external data to add to your point. So this, you'll notice that what is coming out is that opinion you are actually holding about a particular issue. Then you use objective evidence, the very supportive evidence to your argument, and then provide data, that data which is actually backing up this argument you are putting across. Then, so having successfully gone through the DPT introductory module, then you have been exposed to variety of ideas, information, new knowledge, and even thoughts. Because I like the madam who was actually speaking out, that she's actually passionate with maybe SEPT, school SEPT, and you realize that a lot of information. I'm assuring you, once you go through this TPD program, you will be endowed with a lot of knowledge, a lot of ideas, a lot of information. In fact, you will be a source of ideas yourself. And because somehow we are going to make you have a critical mind, you will be questioning every aspect that you come across. So at the end of this program, you will actually be, in fact, a source of knowledge, a source of ideas, a source of, and you will actually even navigate the thoughts processes. So therefore, we shall have you coming up with a synthesis paper that looks at the journey you have undergone all along, and will also help you critically examine this journey all along since the beginning, because it's an exciting journey with a lot of information and knowledge and ideas. And therefore, to write a paper is not a difficult thing. So you will be coming up with a broader thinking, a broader mind. You will also have a broader examination of ideas. You will not accept ideas as per se, but you will be able to even critique some ideas, but positively, and reaching out to an independent conclusion. That is what you can stand for. And this is when we can say now, as teachers, you can be producers of knowledge. you can be innovators other than users of knowledge and ideas, but rather a producer. And therefore, this paper will play a critical role in you, in the sense that you will be an originator of a particular idea and be able to make a conclusion about issues that relate with education and even the behaviors, because many aspects of education is concerned with behavior change and aspects which also contribute to the behavior change. So let's look at the outline of the sentences, the DPD sentences. And this is a procedural approach that we propose for this particular. Every research paper has got its own format, but this is a format now which you have to use for the DPD synthesis essay. Like first, you will begin with the preliminaries, and with the preliminaries, you are to choose a topic from any of the 5 chapters that you will come across that you have covered in the introductory modules. There are 5 chapters. Any that which is appealing to you, that you are passionate with, and usually I advise you to pick on a topic that you are passionate with, because you will not be having any difficulty in navigating through the ideas and even originating the ideas that other people can make use of. Therefore, the topic should be something that you want to reflect on, what you have learned, and how you will be able to make use of the knowledge, and more so, particularly application, because knowledge useful is that which is applied. So skills and attitudes attained will also be part of that. So, sorry, I've gone back. Then, therefore, you will notice that you read about your topic widely, what other researchers have done. You reflect on your previous and even the current practices. Then once you have identified your topic, you can now embark on writing the synthesis. So I believe now you are on searching from the topic 1, which we began with the TPD. Pick that, like I am suspecting the lady who just spoke will pick something on the set in schools. Yes, and then now we'll zero into an area that of greater concern. So that is what we can say. That is the preliminary. That is the aspect of preliminary. Sorry. Then you get into the main body of the document now. You come up with an introductory introduction. Part A is coming out with an overview of the topic in your introduction. You state briefly what your topic is about. Just a description, a small description of 1 sentence or 2 sentences. Then the overview should be catchy and should hold the attention of your readers. So in most cases, this one must be captivating, something which somebody looking at it will say, this one I must read. Like we've seen some books with catching titles. Your sentence, your first sentence actually should be catching to motivate somebody to read through. Otherwise, if you don't have time to read, and in fact, like we have most people do not have the habit of reading and liking to read. So, but what will motivate somebody like that to read is the catching topic and the catching statement that will make somebody move on and even flip the pages and see more. And you know, the next thing after getting attracted to a topic or a sentence, an overview sentence, then somebody will be motivated to flip. And once somebody flips, then we can run the last page and look at the conclusion. And then after that, now we'll make a decision now to read through the document. So it should give a brief background about the topic you are going to cover. So that is it. That is an overview of the topic. Then when you come to the thesis statement, here you make your synthesis statement, and this is the most important part of your thesis paper. It is important because now it will justify why write this paper. So the thesis statement should provide your audience with a brief summary of the paper's key claim. Key claim. What is it that you are proposing? Your key claim is what you are going to reveal or argue about in the body of your paper. So that is what you actually proclaim, and it is actually what the paper will be dealing with. So as a rule, in most cases, particularly some theses, we are saying a good thesis statement is very concise, and that which discloses in one sentence the accurate, specific, clear, and focused information. So your thesis should typically appear at the end of your introductory paragraph. So towards the end, then you are now putting it in perspective that what is it that you are actually supposed to dwell on. So like, let's look at examples, because by looking at these examples, you can be able to get to know how your thesis statement should read. For holistic development of learners, teachers should play an active role in development of strategies for promotion of school health and safety. Okay, that is a statement which you can actually put across. Then somebody else will say continuous professional development is a cornerstone in provision of quality education and attainment of quality learning outcomes. Attainment of quality learning outcomes. So that is another how you can put it. The first one is on school safety and school health and safety. The next one is on continuous professional development. Then part C, which is also another example, is the learner-centered approaches can help teachers create inclusive learning environments. Are you seeing that one again? Because when we come to the DPD and even CPC, what is emphasized is the learner-centered approaches. So if your focus is that, if your thesis is about, synthesis is about this, then you actually deal with that. On technology, and you say, although technology has brought tremendous changes to education, teachers need to utilize it more effectively by integrating the TPAC framework for better learning. The TPAC, actually in the technology, you will notice the acronym of the TPAC on issue of technology and even content, yeah, pedagogy, and content and knowledge, all that. So what we require you to do is actually craft your thesis statement clearly in a manner that you can be able to, the topic can be seen, and a topic which is very clear. Many people are having challenges, but the challenges are not. It just choose a topic, then put across the way it is, and then you will be able to do it very well. Then after the statement, then you are coming now to the main body. And the main body now, the first paragraph must present a counter argument to your synthesis statement. So you continue now explaining, then this demonstrates your ability to think or even understand your area well on opposing point of view. So somebody will now see how you've internalized through the argument and even write the writing of those paragraphs. And then be sure to know that the counter argument isn't strong enough to discredit your thesis. So actually, well, just argue out your point. And this is how somebody put it, like saying, the main reason why teachers may fail to take care of health and safety needs of learners is the fact that the teachers view themselves as confined to teaching and learning. You know, somebody is saying, maybe teachers, what they feel is that the care of health and the safety of the learners' needs is not their business, but their business is to teach and learn, to get involved in the teaching and learning processes or experiences of the learners. But you will argue that there is interrelationship between the health and safety of the learners' needs with the teaching and learning process, because the involvement of the learners in the teaching and learning process is influenced by the health. So the teacher's concern should also be that the health and the safety of the needs and the safety of the learners are taken care of. And that is why we are making teachers actually get involved in that. So that is a strong argument. Then your next paragraph should now present argument in favor of the synthesis. You know, I've continued explaining myself because whatever I've actually added to that statement is what you can actually give as a reinforcement to that. Then we are coming to conclusion now. It's not a big deal. Here, this writing a synthesis is a very simple kind of thing. Look, you can look at it. It has only the 4 parts. Now, the 4th part is the conclusion. And in your conclusion, you are simply drawing a summary of the overall paper. And then you conclude the paper with a final sentence. In other words, you restate the main points and address any unanswered questions. So that is what you basically do. So we wish you that you are going to write a nice paper, considering that you have been exposed to various fields and some of it are of your areas of passion or interest, then you can be able to develop. While you are actually collecting information data that relates to this area, then you might come across some references, which of course you must now include. Then you indicate the source of information that you have used to write up your synthesis paper. So it is very important to acknowledge. In the text, you can still acknowledge them because, like, for instance, we have talked of even external data which you may use, then you need to acknowledge the data. All right. So I don't know whether we can be able to do this, and I think it will be in order so that you can be able to like take 20 minutes in your breakout rooms to discuss about the final synthesis after reading through the literature in the following link. So maybe Elvis, you can share this link, then we can have a breakaway. I don't know the time because we could have a breakaway and then possibly then breakout rooms. Then after that, we could have a break, or we can have I think the best thing is let's have this, share this link. I mean the link in the WhatsApp. I'm not WhatsApp, even in the chat, so that they can be able to click and then they can read, they can do it. We can have, these are 280 members. We can have the 4, I don't know whether you can have 4 or 5 groups. We can have 5 groups because I think the number 280 is quite a number.
So you say how many?
We can have 5 groups. I think 5 groups can do. And then let them
5 rooms will have around 50.
50, yeah. So we can make 6 because we want every person to participate. Let's make 6 to come to around 30 or so. Then while you are in your rooms, then you actually discuss. Possibly you check the link, then you can be able to, well, let me check, let me see what I can. So just create, let me cancel this. Yeah, I think it is still on simulate. This is how to write a synthesis essay. So you read it, and then after that, you can be able to see what you can do. At least you discuss like parts, examining your topic, outlining your essay, writing your essay, and then references and summaries. Okay. All right. So when you come back, you can be able to share that. Now, Elvis.
You said 5, huh?
5, yes, 5 is better for us so that we can have a group presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Yes. And then you possibly, I think you can actually minimize it to 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay.
10 minutes, yes.
Where is that link again? Have you shared it on the chat?
What can I do? Let me share.
You can share it on the chat.
Yes, let me stop.
Yes,
and then I
please do. Just say it on the chat. Huh?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So members, I'm going to ask you to join a group. You're going to see a prompt on your phone or laptop to join a group. Please join the group, then click on the link, then be able to discuss. Once again, this is session 3, cohort 2, or cohort 2, session 3. The third and final cohort for session for cohort 2. So the rooms have been opened. Please ensure you join your room. Once you get in there, get organized and start discussing.
Now I will take a link, and they are in the room.
On the chat. On the chat, they should be able to see it.
I think that is better. Let me go back.
Have you shared the link, Mr. Barkwang?
Not yet, not yet. Let me end this show, then I can pick the link. Okay.
Yeah, just check on the PowerPoint presentation. You copy it, then you paste on the link so that I can share it with them.
So I put in the chat.
Yes.
I don't know. It has it never copied like the way it is. It is not copying the way. I don't know whether it will work. You think that one will work? I've copied in a good way. Will
Just
it
share it.
work?
Let me see it.
Check. But it's working because it has changed the color.
Okay, it is working.
Okay. So keep them 10 minutes. Okay, colleagues, welcome to the plenary. I hope you've been having a fruitful discussion, and we can allow, maybe let's make a presentation, and then after that we can have a break. Then when we come back, now I take you through the development of portfolio. Then we call it a day. So now, can we have group 1? Because we have in 5 groups. Each group must have been having a secretary and a chair, of which they will agree whether the chair or the secretary can present. Which person is Henry Kalasi or who? Who is ready? Akinyi Mary. Maybe, okay.
Yes,
You are
I'm ready, group 1.
fine. Go ahead, madam.
Yes, thank you, Mwalimu. In our group, we discuss how to write the synthesis. That is the present organized manner. It should be in a present organized manner. Then we also talk of the step to follow, a guideline of the, like we are 2 steps to follow in the writing the synthesis. Actually 3 steps to follow. That is argumentative, review, and explanatory. Then we go to part B on how to choose the topic of the essay synthesis. And then we talk about also we also consider part C now, how to choose the sources carefully. The sources has to be carefully chosen. And then we talk of how to develop the essay thesis statement, how to develop it. It has to be, you have to carefully look at the language you use and the introductory part. And then we talk about part 5, that is the review of the sources that has to be reviewed carefully. You look at also the references. And when you choose your sources, it has to be supported in a way that you quote the sources. And we talk about also the outline of the essay thesis. The outline is the introductory, the body part, and the conclusion. Then we talk about on how that the thesis essay has to be chosen in a very creative manner, and developing, you can either use the illustration, comparison, or you create appropriately the background. Then the last part we talk about, and the time cut us short, we were going to talk about the summary. Thank you, and any group member of us can share or state what I've missed. Thank you very much, and our chairperson was Frank, and with all the group member, we participated in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, group 1. Thank you for articulating the process, Madam Akinyi. And possibly the other members, we can listen to all the groups, and then I can open up to overall reaction as a conclusion. Otherwise, that was good work. What we can be able to learn from you is the process, the critical and the choice of relevant references, and also captivating statements in raising, coming up with a topic. That is good. A good congratulations, that group 1. Can we go to group, I don't know, there are no Jospat Nyankete. I don't know which group you belong. Elvis, you can allow.
Yes,
Okay.
good morning. I belong to group 2.
Fine, thank you.
Yes, okay, this is what we shared in group 2. First of all, we identified part 1, whereby we said you have to examine your topic first. And under examining your topic, we had 5 steps, whereby the first one is you have to understand the concept of a synthesis SC first. And then the second step, you have to choose a topic which is suitable for the synthesis. And then that step, you have to choose and read your sources carefully. Then number 4, you have to develop a thesis statement. That is, you have to come up with an opinion on your topic. The 5th one is that you have to reread your sources materials for items to support your thesis. That means you have to go through your sources and pick out key quote, statistics, and also some ideas. Then we had part 2, you outlining your essay. So under outlining your essay, you have to outline the structure of your thesis first. That is, you can either do this as a formal outline or just a plan in your head, but you need to decide how to present your materials for best effect. Then number 2, you have to use a more creative structure to present your thesis. If you're not writing maybe an argumentative thesis, maybe you should plan to use a more elaborate structure than the one that maybe you have listed there above. So, and also we had also the other step, which is you have to create an outline appropriately for a background or a review. This is essay. So that's what we discussed in our group 2. Thank you.
Thank you for that group, and you are doing well. In fact, as we continue, by the time we reach to the 5th group, the whole issue of synthesis will be very clear. So I like the way your areas of emphasis, you are putting it clear. And I think that was a good work for that group. When you go to the references only, is that that is an area where you could consider is if references is just, you are putting down the references that you must have cited in the review of your synthesis, and whatever source you might have cited, even the content of the data. So whatever references is that you are now taking to the reference area, but all along it is very important that you have all emphasized that you pick on the references that are relevant to your topic. Good work, Josephat, with the team. Thank you so much. The next group, group 3. Group 3. Well, am I still on? Because I'm speaking
Yes,
alone.
you are.
Okay. Then group, any other group other than group 3? We are having group 3, 4, and 5. Any group which is ready? The best way is to raise your hand. You check your name.
Raise your hand, or if you are in a member of that group.
Robert is ready. Robert will tell us which group. Allow Robert to unmute. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Robert Motari.
Yes.
I'm Robert Motari, a teacher at Uhuru Gardens Primary, Nairobi.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't want to go through what the others have said, but we covered group 3. Group 3.
Group 3, yes.
Yeah, we had some technical hitch, but we decided to look at the 5 parts.
Yes.
May I not expound very much on it, but we looked and said that it's very important to examine your topic carefully, and by so doing, you must have come up with a very important topic that is catchy. Then on the thesis statement should be carefully laid down so that it also captures what you want. Then outlining your essay, we looked at that the body, the introductory part should be catchy also. Body paragraph should explain what you need, and citing very important evidence, and do not leave out whoever the sources you found out. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that precise presentation, Robert, and it is well understood, because there is no point of repeating what others have said, but you are laying emphasis on the process. On the step by step. Thank you so much. And the team. You've done a good work, all despite the hitches, but you've done something. Any other group? Group 4, 5. We are now finalizing. Yes, Paul Okada. Just allow him to unmute. Yes, go ahead, Obuya.
Even me, I will not like to repeat what has been said. I just want to emphasize on finalizing your synthesis. Once we've realized that we've discussed that one.
Obuya, which group?
Group
Which
4.
group?
I am from group 4.
Fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So when you want to finalize your writing or your synthesis, it is good to revise it. You go through your work so that you correct some of the difficult points. You make your writings more clear. Also, from the proving your paperwork, sometimes you can use some sources that you need to prove, cite where you've sourced the materials, and make sure that the sources that you have used can be traced and somebody can prove that they are relevant. Also, in coming up with the title of your essay, you should come up with a title that summarizes your whole work and relevant to the work that you've actually displayed. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And you've raised a very, very important and critical area. Many people do not review or read or reread and correct their work. So that there's somebody I saw a thesis and the thesis of a doctorate. And somebody was making reference to ethics. But rather, he put the word the ethics, read the word eat or eating. So eating and ethics were different things. So actually it can really embarrass. So you raised a very, very important area, and the presentation was very good for that group. Thank you, group 4 with Obuya. Fine. The last group, I guess it is Lillian now ending the presentation. Allow Lillian to unmute. Yes, go ahead, Lillian.
We were in group 5.
Yes, yes.
Yes, our synthesis essay, we were able to choose one of the topics in what we are supposed to write on. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, we are listening.
Yes, the introductory part of it, that is the overview of our topic was comprehensive school health and safety. This one, we talked about all what is supposed to be talked in the topic. We discussed with our members. We gave the brief background about what health is and safety in school. Then we went to the thesis statement. That is the key claim. That is what is the reason to enhance that is to enhance participants' knowledge, skills, attitudes on what we are writing about our school health. We gave examples, and my group members were able to cite some of the examples that we are supposed to write. Then we came to the body. That is the main reason why we are supposed to write on the health and on the safety of our learners. We came to a conclusion whereby we summarized what we were writing about, that is in a shortest time possible. Then the references that we are supposed to get, we cited some of the books or some of the internet and what we are supposed to get to read more about the references. And then we concluded by summarizing on the school safety and healthy and how it is supposed to be done in our schools. That is all.
Thank you, Lillian. You know, you've taken us the right direction by making our presentation and group work now complete by coming out with a real example of what a synthesis is by picking on a topic of your own and running through with it. So thank you so much. Otherwise, we would not have been complete without Group 5. So Group 5, you've made us proud of you because of other than the process, the procedures which were given by Group 1 to Group 4, you yourself, you have actualized.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe let me open up now, and let me open up to any other person who might want to mention something which might have skipped our the minds of the groups and considered important, because having looked at that link, the presentation of that link, then there could be something else which you can add. Yes, Tasmin, Jamal. Anybody can add something. Tasmin, yes.
My question was, how many pages should we make up with?
How many?
Pages.
Oh, yeah.
For the content.
Well, that is a quick response. We don't have specific pages, but what will determine is the areas of coverage and the parts that you have to cover them. Otherwise, we don't have a specific saying this number of pages or this number of pages. Okay.
Okay.
So we are
Thank
not
you.
as such, but it should not be also very voluminous as such. So
Mhm.
long as you have touched on the specific areas which are covered under each specific part, then the specific themes that you need to cover. So it is not like saying it is a thesis of 350 pages to 600. No, no. But it is not. It should also be well articulated and a document that carries information, so that it is not also a 3-page document.
Okay. And then another question was, you know, you said we can pick a topic from the from the introductory course we have done. So for example, in the unit of assessments, I can pick conformative assessment.
Yes.
So that is okay, right? Or I have to pick a whole chapter?
No. You pick an area where you feel that you will make a contribution of knowledge, a contribution of something which you want it to be more clearer, that can be useful to the learners and even the body of the education sector.
So it's
not the whole
any
area, because the bigger it is, also it becomes difficult to manage. It should be manageable.
Okay, and then what is the limitation of our references?
References is limited by your topic. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry whether I've got it, because it is
You know, there's so much knowledge you can
or
get.
you are talking of either within the country or outside the country. Well,
you know, it depends. So, you know, wherever you get references from, to give a substance to your product, to the thesis. So I'm just thinking, what is the limitation of the references we should make? You know, one could only make 1 or 2 references and leave it to that, and I feel that we can still do more.
yes,
and yet one can do so much. Sorry.
Of course, what is very important is at least you must prove your evidence, and the evidence is usually supported by the references. Otherwise, it could be your thinking. What is the thinking of others?
So how much do you think we should, what is our limitation of the references we can make?
You're putting us to a task, madam, and that's the way forward. That is because there are 2 areas which you have mentioned. How many pages?
Pages,
how many
yes.
references?
Because you know, I can't have a tendency of writing a lot, so I'm trying to limit myself. Okay, it's okay. I find a way.
What we need to do is, this is a small area. It's a small area. So I don't have a specific, but so long as you feel that your references, I mean your area or your topic or your synthesis is well grounded with support researches of other people, so that your point you can actually support by saying this is, when you talk alone, it may not actually be enough, but what do other people say? So I don't have a specific, at least you cite a good, I can say a good number of references that can support your document. But when you look at it, don't take us to academic. This is not academic thesis as such. This is like almost like a actual research. It is based on our studies here. It is based on our TPD here and the things which we've done, so that at least you bring a change, a behavior change in our setup, in a school setup. So we don't want a situation where you are going academic way. Actually, it will lose meaning and it will not serve the purpose of our TPD program, because this one is a classroom learner-centered approach. Your focus is the learner.
Thank you. And one last question, when is the deadline to hand over the synthesis?
Always, once you are in our WhatsApp, we shall always be providing you with the timeline. And it is a good habit to adhere to those. Otherwise, there are these people, our first group, they are still struggling with the synthesis and any other thing. And sometimes do things as the time allows, so that later on, when you forget, you might even forget now about the reflective journal, about the synthesis, so that you start writing things which are not relevant. So the sooner the better, and adhering to the timelines that we shall always keep through WhatsApp. So we shall, the coordinators will be, will be communicating, will be in constant communication with you. And what is very important is to adhere to those deadlines which are given.
Because if we have a deadline, we can organize ourselves to finish this work in time, and then we have other responsibilities. So, trying to, so that we can try to have everything, at the equal level. So we don't leave out one for the other. That is why I was thinking there's a timeline, then I can organize myself.
We shall communicate to you.
And then another question was, it's of what we discussed just now. You remember we were talking about the reflective journal.
Yes.
And you agreed that the KWL we have done after every chapter for reflections is exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
So do we have to bring everything together, or it's already there once we've posted it? Because after every chapter, we posted the reflection.
Fine, but what is very important is I've gone through the assessment.
Yes.
It is the reflective journal that I've given you the process. I will, in fact, it is even in the group processing. I will be able to do that one, and you must do that towards the end of this presentation. There's a group processing which you must do. And that one will form you are supposed to send it you are supposed to be sending to the virtual campus. Then another thing, there are only three forms of assessment, leave alone the others. The others are only to measure your process of learning. But the three forms, forms your form of assessment. The reflective journal, which I will give you in the group processing, and then the synthesis, and then the development of portfolios, which I think after break, we shall discuss it.
So
I think the kind of question you are asking, Tasmin, Jamal, is also for the benefit of others. There are people who are not asking questions, but the kind of questions you are asking and the response I give is beneficial to them.
You see, Malima, I'm a little bit still confused. I'm very sorry, but I want to make sure so I don't miss anything out. Yes, so now I've understood something else after you told us. So do we have a reflective journal for today's session? Is that what we're talking about, today's session? Or after every chapter, we had a reflective journal, which I've done. I'm sure even my peers have done. Because after every chapter, we had to post a reflective journal to finalize with the chapter. Or are you talking about the reflective journal for today? Today's session?
Yes, what I have is at the end of it, we are going to have a group processing, which is form of a reflective channel.
So for today? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Because the topic for today is assessment. The topic for today is assessment. And therefore, you are supposed to be able to keep a reflective topic. Every day work is every day's work is you must give a reflective for every topic. So which we've organized that every day there is a topic. So I think that is what I've meant. Therefore, one thing I want to conclude by saying these members here in this group, the others have been having challenges of navigating through, particularly the synthesis. And to me and my observation is that you will not have any problem right now, because the kind of presentation you have made in your groups, it is a sure way of that you've mastered and you have gotten this. So I wish you well when that time comes that you do the synthesis, particularly at the end of this the introductory module, then kindly do. And then let's have a break. After that break, then we shall be able to, I take you the development of portfolio, which is a very interesting part. So let's agree. How long do we go for? I think it is 11 now, 11:05. How many minutes do you want? How many minutes we can have?
Is that okay, Mr. Barkwang?
30 minutes? I think it
Yes.
is fine. Not 1
Okay.
hour. Somebody is saying 1 hour. No, it's not your lunch.
30 minutes.
30 minutes, yes. So you can, we are coming back to 11:36. Is that so?
That's so.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy your tea break.
Thank you.
Now it is exactly 30 minutes. Welcome back to our last session, members. And here we are going to look at developing an e-portfolio. It's very important. This is an area which is it is very involving. And one thing which I want to let you know is that mostly you are going to use online. It's collection of everything that you find important, but you are assembling them online. And that is why we are talking of e-portfolio. So I hope members have, still we are having 100 and something members who have not changed. I wish, let's remind our members to come in, because I was having 100 and 287, and now it is 150. So we are yet. If we can get around 250, then the better. This is a critical area that I don't assume and I don't wish members to miss, because it is forming part of the assessment of this TPT program. And we are talking out of experience. Those people ahead of you, the first cohort, were having challenges in developing a e-portfolio. But we want you to not to be in the same mode. I propose that once we get 200 participants, I'm yet to receive 40. Then we can begin. I don't know what is. Can we call our colleagues? Let our colleagues come in. Somebody is saying no sound, but I think I'm on. I'm audible now. Am I audible? My colleague Elvis.
You are very audible, you're very clear.
Oh.
For those who are not hearing the sound, please click on join sound on your phone.
Yes.
Proceed, Mr. Batwal.
Yes, I'm proceeding, but I want to get a quorum. Quorum is still far away, but not far. You know, we're having 287. So if I can possibly get even 187, then 100 will still be joining us as we proceed. Otherwise, I was saying, we've already covered the two parts of our assessment, because it's very important. Even when you go for a training that is involving assessment, then you must get to know the modes of assessment. So we've done the reflective, and again, we are going to do it practically at the end of this session. Then we've done final synthesis, which you actually display through your explanation. And now I'm going to take you slowly by slowly developing an e-portfolio, which is also another critical area. I require around 9 people to join, then I can proceed. I'm almost there. I'm requiring 5 to join. Yes, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. So in your chat, yeah, somebody is saying the sound is now okay, which is okay. We are almost there. I will require 2 to begin. So 1 more. Yes. 1 more. There are people who are entering and going out. Yes. Sound is okay. Okay. Yes. Let me begin. So welcome to this section. It is a very engaging process. What is very important is like in my introduction, we are talking of a collection or compilation of artifacts. Artifacts, I just want to relate with something which is more practical. I don't know, the times have changed. Many a times, a long time ago, for those who are almost of my age and the others, although you may not know my age, is that we used to create a photo album. And that photo album is that any photo that we've taken over a period of time, then we assemble them and sort of we even arrange according to chronologically. So this is a kind of like an album, but now it is not only containing photos alone, but it has other issues that relates with our beliefs, our skills, our qualification like certificates, our education, our training, our experiences. So it is a compilation of our artifacts. Artifacts is anything that you collected in a process of a learning over time. Then we shall look at examples of those artifacts. So if you look at it, somebody who will have access to your e-portfolio will acquire some insight about your personality and work ethics. In fact, it will actually describe you. Somebody will understand your inner part in terms of your personality and your work ethics, because all the collections and the compilation of the same shall portray you in terms of your personality and work ethics. So now you will notice that it is now going to be a requirement for you, having gone through the introductory module, that you will be expected to prepare a e-portfolio. At the end of it, and it is going to be online. It is going to be online. Say that by a click of a button, all the information about you and that which relates with your beliefs, skills, qualification, education, training, and experiences with regard to introductory module shall be displayed in your e-portfolio. And therefore, the e-portfolio shall illustrate your learning journey in the Teacher Professional Development Program, the TPD. So it will narrate a lot. Nobody will actually level to get to know who you are, but your e-portfolio shall explain everything. Therefore, once I go through this presentation, then what I expect to be the learning outcomes from your side is that you can be able to identify the factors that you need to consider in developing a e-portfolio. You will also be able to demonstrate the understanding of the basic structure, how that e-portfolio shall be structured, basic structure. And again, you will be able to develop your own the TPT learning journey through the portfolio. Then you will also be able to publish your e-portfolio and even share to those whom you wish to access. So there shall be also a way in which you can be able to share. Now, for you to develop an e-portfolio, then these are the requirements. And they are basic requirements that you should be able to operate a Gmail account. So most of you, in fact, if you are able to access Kemi Virtual Campus, then you already have the Gmail account, so you don't have a problem with that. You must also be accessible to internet connectivity, and you must have a collection of artifacts that you collect over a period of time. So those are the three basic requirements for you to develop an e-portfolio. So briefly, one will ask you, what is your portfolio? What shall you include in your portfolio? While you are developing a portfolio, then this is what you need to include. In fact, there are 5. Brief introduction, your teaching philosophy, your artifacts, brief description of the artifacts that you are using, and then reflections. Those 4. When you come to the brief introduction about yourself, then this basically just brief things about yourself, like your name, your strengths, your achievements, but not a lot, your goals. What is your goal? In terms of your professional goal, you are talking of professional goal. We could be having other goals, but now we are relating to the TPD program. So these are the things you must start with in the introduction of your portfolio. And you are doing it online. And there are provisions on that. In fact, there are dialog boxes which are provided for that. So you need to indicate your name, strengths, achievements, and the goal. And once you have a goal, then somebody will look at it, it then sees you as a focus person. Then the next thing is, which is key, is that we are going to look at examples of it. Your teaching philosophy. Your teaching philosophy. What do you believe in your teaching? Empowering the learners, somebody can say. Learner-centered approach, yes. And many, many more that we shall look at it. Then the artifacts which we are saying that, and in fact, the portfolios, without the artifacts, then there is no portfolio. This includes, and that is why it is advisable that any time, like even now when we are on this session, you can even screenshot the images that even shows your name. That screenshotting is a photo by itself. You can also video, collect maybe extract a video where you are making a presentation. That is still part of the artifacts. So in terms of videos, documents relating to a particular program, and then you can also have documents that relates to the application of knowledge, skills, and attitudes. Maybe you must show an evidence of application of an idea. Like when we are starting this program, you came up with a TPD plan. That TPD plan by itself is also one of the artifacts, because you actually prepared a TPD plan. So this is what you require you from maybe this collection. Then again, each of the artifacts that you are going to use, you have a brief description. Remember the photos that I was telling you that we used to take. At least it was having a description below it, indicating who are in the photos, where was it taken, and when. So you can still indicate a description that describes, but very brief, describes the artifacts that you are going to use. And then finally, and this is also very important, reflections. And reflections, all the time we have been making it is as a form of assessment, but reflections that you make and you are saying, maybe there is a, Tasmin is raising the hand. Is there a problem? Maybe you can allow Tasmin. Could be there's something she's not getting up. I'm seeing she's raising her hand. Okay. In terms of reflections, we are saying.
Hello. Huh? Sorry.
Yes.
I just got unmuted. I wanted to ask you, sorry, I missed one point. When you're giving description of artifacts, we are supposed to write about who we are working with, when, and what else?
Actually, what I was actually relating is like, suppose you are having a photo. A photo alone does not, to somebody, it does not make sense to anybody else who is not brief to that particular images in that photo. Yes. So if it is a photo, if it is a certificate, if it is any document, then you make
Yeah.
a description on that particular document so that it
Okay.
makes clear to somebody who is interacting with that particular either photo or a video, because
Yeah.
it could be a video, but it must have a description about what is it about.
Yeah.
Yes, if it is a photo, then again, you could even say it is a photo of a training that you attended at a particular
Okay.
place on this particular activity or event. So a brief description actually, so that at least somebody who is interacting with that with no prior information can
Yeah.
make sense out of that.
And what is the limitation of our artifacts? How many which can we put?
Let's you are out of time. I will make a presentation because it depends with the organization of the e-portfolio, because you organize, we that's mean you have a problem of limitation.
No, I can
Human is
put 10,
limited.
7, depending how many you expect of us.
It depends with the activity that you are involved in.
Okay.
Because if it is what normally happens, if you've attended a training program,
yeah,
a group photo can serve in
Mm.
that training program, a
Mhm.
program of that particular, and even a certificate for that. Those three are it.
Mhm.
Okay. So at least there it will give an evidence of an activity that has taken place.
Okay.
So it will be as much as that activity that you are involved, because the more you are, the more you are grown in the profession. That is depicting the professional growth, because you are being, because like the number of certificates that you have will be determined by the number of training that you have attended. If you attended one, then you have one. If you attended two, then you have two.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
So
Thank you.
the more you are involved in an activity, the more artifacts you will get. So you will now be collecting anything as an evidence of that particular event, and whatever you collect now forms the artifacts.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was in the reflection and I was saying that whatever lessons you picked or you've learned from an activity illustrates that artifact. So how have you been able to apply is very important. So in the reflection is, how is it going to be useful, this particular training? How am I going to apply in terms of the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that you have acquired through the DPT? So what additional knowledge, skills, and attitudes would you want to? So there are three, in fact, there are threefold issues here. What is it that you have learned? How are you going to apply? What knowledge, skills, and attitudes do you still require to further this activity? So in your reflection, there are threefold. One, what have you learned? How are you going to apply what you have learned? Then what more knowledge, skills, and attitudes do you still require in order to improve or further the activity that you are planning? So that is your reflections. It is important that e-portfolio is a form of assessment, and in fact, like our examiners or the mentors will be using this criterion for assessment of e-portfolio that you always provide. And then we are having four areas or criteria. And the first is your teaching philosophy. So you make maybe should actually reflect on your values, beliefs about the learners. So whatever teaching philosophy is relating to the learners, how do you value, what do you believe about the learners? That is why I was thinking of saying your teaching philosophy could be empowering the learners, or the teaching learning experiences should be learner-centered, so that you as a teacher, you are a facilitator, and then the learners are actually the one taking the bigger role in the learning. Then artifacts should be well organized in appropriate sections and well labeled. So you, depending with the sections that you are involved in, then later on we shall be able to look at those. So it should actually be well organized so that it should not be mixed up. When you mix up, then somebody will not be able to throw any information about you or any activity that you have got involved. So it should be well organized. Then selection of artifacts should show your provisional growth over the year. That means was talking of how many artifacts should you have. It depends with the involvement of activities that are geared towards your professional growth. So the more, and this is actually like the growth of your profession. So as there are those ones which you will organize them from maybe the basics to the highest level. The reflections which I've always described that they are in threefold is that should show evidence of thoughtfulness, self-assessment, and learning in relation to knowledge, skills, and attitudes acquired. So that is basically what it should be. So those three, four, forms a basis of assessment of your e-portfolio. So that is how you, but I'm yet to handle the structure, how it should be, because it is online, but I may not be able to take you through the online because it requires one to have two gadgets so that you can be able to demonstrate another one as you maintain the presentation. But the other part, like I will share with you, is that it will still assist you because we are going to have a learning, the extended learning activity today, and it is basically on the preparation of e-portfolio. So that is where I leave it for you. So the structure of the e-portfolio, this is how it is structured. And I think for those people who like screenshotting, you can screenshot or you can take a photo of that so that it can assist you. Like when we have the structure of the e-portfolio, and that is how you can even organize your artifacts. Artifacts you can organize based on this. Like we are beginning with the cover with a brief description about yourself, which I have already indicated what you need to do, what you need to include, your teaching philosophy, your strengths, achievements, goals, okay, and your introduction to the TPD. So this is what you should have in the in your cover. So you will notice. Then basically the others now, if you look at it, then they form the areas or that we've learned through. Meaning that for every area that we've covered through the introductory module, then you will have some artifacts. Some can be a group presentation. That is also another artifact. That can also be a screenshot of Zoom meeting. Yes. That could also be some of the aspects like that you gained. Like now we are talking of teaching professionalism, where we are having the key professional teaching standards. Then we are having pedagogy, content knowledge, and CBC. You could collect some artifacts on the same. Then we are having assessment and reporting, which we are going through right now. Then you could also have something on inclusive education. You can also have something on comprehensive school health and safety, financial literacy, and conclusions. So that actually could be a structure of e-portfolio that you could have. So meaning that for every topic, you must have something to present. That is what it means. So let's still go developing, but now maybe I will guide you because I may not go online. I will guide you so that you can, I hope you got a screenshot of that. Then now we want to go straight step by step. If you are to do it online, then you can be able to follow that. And I hope my colleague Elvis will also share this presentation in such a way that you can be able to, but there's a link which I will also share that will guide you on how to develop a e-portfolio. I mean, not even that, it is a sample of a e-portfolio that we are going to go through. So it is well summarized. So I'll present, I will share the link in the chat. So let's look at the steps for developing an e-portfolio, and you realize there are around 16. By the time I clear the 16, it would have taken longer time if I would have gone online. But let's just do an illustration how it is. So the first step, there are 16 steps. So we are beginning with the first one. The first one is that requirement of a Gmail account. And that is why you are supposed to be having an email that is actually a Gmail. So we're talking of, it should be an account of your name, of a username with @gmail.com. Then you will also provide a password, which you already have. So you are utilizing the Gmail that you are having it. That is the first step. Then if you do not have a Gmail account, then you can create. There is that provision of creating a Gmail account. But hopefully those people who are in this forum, most of them are actually in that. They're having a Gmail account. Somebody is saying, I can't see the presentation. I can't see the screen. Maybe, how can you help such a person, Elvish? Somebody is not seeing. Well, I cannot go online. I think that now will be my shortcoming. But we shall see, and then later on we see whether we can go online. Oh, the same person, somebody is saying I'm seeing. All right, maybe you can look at your gadget and see what is there. So what we are saying is, please, in a dialogue, then go to a Gmail, then put your email account. Then now, when you don't have, then you can create one. Then step two is now you go to the Google app where you are going to, there are around nine dots. In the 9 dots, click on the 9 dots on the top right hand corner. Then a drop down menu will be provided like so. That is step 2. You can screenshot. I'm very sure you will have around 16 shots. Then you go to the sites, and in the sites, you can search for Islas as it is illustrated on the next slide. So now you click that sites. That is step 2. Then you do the search. When you click on the sites, then it will give you the Google sites, and then you sign in. What you need to do is to sign in. Maybe I don't want to move very fast. There you are in the sites. You have gone into the nine dots. I know now if you are using the same gadget to see what my presentation, you may not be able to do that. I don't know, it is a difficult stage, we would have asked you to come up with some other gadgets so that you can do. But let's look at this as a demonstration, then we can see what we can do later. Then you click on the sign in to the Google Sites. Okay, then what will provide you is that now you are going to step 3. Here, the Google Sites will provide you a template. So what you do, you go to where there is a gallery template. And then from it, then choose the one that suits the purpose of your. Now I will be able to give you. Now there is an option of scrolling. If you look at it, there is a scroll. Then now you are supposed to choose the one which is applicable. That is step 3. Step 4 is now creating that which is applicable to you, because here we were supposed to choose a template gallery that is applicable to you. And that which is applicable to you is you choose a student portfolio. While you scroll, you will find the student portfolio. Then you click the student portfolio. What does it provide you? That is step 3. It will provide you now a lot of it, where you will have your name. You need to put now your name. Now you are creating your page, your cover page. That is step 4. After clicking student portfolio, then now it will provide you with a space where you need to click your name. You add your name. I mean, you click and then you add your name. That is customizing it and then managing it. So you go to step 5, adding your name. Okay. Like me, for this case now, we are having a student known as Padma Rema. That is the name. Yes. You can put your name there. Then you have now given out portfolio a title. So if you move out of that, then now the title appears, Padma's TPD Learning Journey. So choose a title that reflects the subject of your e-portfolio. So you could have a variety of it. Not necessarily here, but now this is relating to TPD. You could still develop another e-portfolio about your academic journey, about your family, about your farming, if you have any other activity other than the teaching profession. So that is why we are saying now it creates, because many of us, we have various, other than teaching, we could still be engaged with other activities and you wish to develop a e-portfolio on the same. So that is Padma's TPD Learning Journey. So you choose now the theme. Now, if you look at the right corner, you have themes. So you need to further customize your portfolio by clicking on the themes at the right hand side. So that is step 6. You are choosing a theme now. What is this theme about it? The theme now is like now, you can even add a logo. You click to add a logo, depending with what you believe. Like so many people in your WhatsApp, you have a profile. You can add a photo profile. In your WhatsApp, many people have images put on it. That is what you believe. It can be a logo, like you know the game logo. You can add a profile photo. Yes. So here you're having a logo, you're having a banner or an image. An image that will change the background of your cover so that maybe we shall see later on how it should be. Then you can select an image from the Google, or you can upload even an image. You know, it's like when you are putting a background. So in most cases, a background which you can, in the normal settings, even in your laptop or your computer, you always have a Google background or Google image, or you can even upload any other image that you believe in. So you can now see Padma has put her image. You can now see the image. So it is either our own image where you are seeing doing something, writing something on the board, or in the whiteboard, or putting a family. Padma has also put a family photo on that. So now you click change image, and anytime you click the change image, then it saves. It saves. Again, you can now see. You can still go into the phone. You can select the phone. You can select the color. You picked on the background. If you look at it, that under the themes, you see the text, the image, the navigation, the background, the color. So your portfolio is now ready for you to start telling us about your TPD learning journey. Now, all the setup now has been put in place. So the next thing now is to add up whatever is that you have acquired. You've already set the background, I mean the foundation. It's like now you have put the house. The house is now complete. So now you bring in whatever you need to have it in that house, so that it forms a home. So to form it a portfolio, then you now need to bring in some collections. What are these? That is step 7. This a place where it will also, like intersection about me. You write something about my teaching philosophy. So there is a place where it is saying about me. So what are your teaching beliefs and values? An example here, which have been given here. And how do these beliefs and values impact on your teaching? So those are the questions you ask yourself. And this person as Batma has given this, that my philosophy of education is that all children are unique and must have a stimulating educational environment where they can grow physically, mentally, emotionally, and socially. It is my desire to create this type of atmosphere where students can meet their full potential. So what I could advise you is that sometimes you may not be having that idea coming right now, but you can still do something about this example and be able to replace, substitute and view statements to make your philosophy. And then that is it. You are done. That is step 7. That is this step 7. So another example again, we've seen. There's something coming up here. Fine. So that was the example 1 I was reading. Then example 2, it says, I believe that as a teacher, I'm morally obligated to enter the classroom with only the highest of expectation for each and every one of my students. With dedication, perseverance, hard work, my student will rise to the occasion. That is a teaching philosophy for one teacher. Another teacher will also say, I believe that the classroom should be safe I think now Tasmin must be getting this one. Talking of, I believe that the classroom should be a safe, caring community where children are free to speak their minds and blossom and grow. I will use strategies to ensure our classroom community will flourish, like the morning meeting, positive versus negative discipline, classroom jobs, and problem-solving skills. So that is another belief. So what I was saying is sample the three. Example 1, example 2, example 3. Then you can actually now coin in your idea about your philosophy. You've gotten an idea here. So, well, most of us, even most people do not have those teaching philosophy. But if you find some people who have organized their even the CVs, some CVs which are rich enough contain this teaching philosophy, including the goal and the achievements. So step 8 is writing down your strengths, achievements, and goals, which is very important. And it is still found there. If you continue, you will find a place where it is even indicated. What achievements are you proud of? What are some of your strengths? And then what skills are you working on being the goals? So it is still there in the online, that if you are in the online, then you could be able to find where you can actually document your strengths, your achievements, and your goals. So we are now ready to create new pages and start making entries in our e-portfolio. So after this, now you start now creating pages. Now I know, was it I am expecting how many pages? Somebody would ask that, but the number of pages depends with the number of areas that you need to cover. All right. So now you are creating a new page. How to create a new page or new pages? And here, that is the step 9 out of the 16 steps. So we are now in step 9. And you remember our first session, like for the purpose of a TPD assessment portfolio. So we will create 7 pages, each representing the key professional teaching standards. You remember there are 7. So you can ensure we have 7 of them. So those are 7 pages, so that whatever standard you are engaging in, then you bring in your artifacts. So you will be expected in each of those pages or areas, then you put artifacts, which should be evidence of your learning and application of the teaching standards. Some can be photos, some can be videos of your teaching, some can be either teaching aids that you have utilized, some can be even products that you've actually created out of the teaching learning experiences. So the artifacts should be well labeled. So actually with the labeling and followed by your reflections of your experience in that particular standards. So we are now saying we are having artifacts that are arranged based on the key the 7 standards, the professional teaching standards. So they are organized under that. So the evidence should reflect what you have learned after going through the teaching program. So there are things which you could actually create out of that. So we are now ready to create new pages on your e-portfolio. Let's see. So this is adding your page. What do you do? If you go to the student portfolio, you will realize there are those things where it was actually indicating the strengths, the achievements, and the goals. Then at the corner there, below the publish, you will see pages. Then you click the pages, then you click the sign plus to add a new page. So when you are now coming to first standard, you write that. The second standard, you click add. You click a plus, then a new page will be added. This is how a page now appears. Then in that page now, the page has actually appeared, but now this is step 11, where we are having inserting text or images. So you click on insert. And that is what it is saying, that from the menu below, you can choose to add a text box image or a text box. Then you click on your choice and it will appear on the page you are working on. So let's see, if you click on that which you have chosen, then what will appear is, sorry. That's why we are saying that we have now created our pages and we only need to add content. So ensure you provide description of what page is all about, and then you insert the artifacts. Some of it you can pull it, you add it there. So ensure your caption, every artifact that you add, the caption is the description which we are talking of. So ensure you caption every artifact that you add, put a description, and ensure the page with a reflection of the extent to which you are able to apply what you learned and state what else you would like to learn about that key professional teaching standards. Then below are examples of what you need to put down. Like for instance now, the first one is teacher professionalism. This is a page of its own, and what you have chosen is the teacher professionalism. That is Padma. Rema is now documenting that. And in that now, you go to this section where if you realize now, you've already created pages. These are representing the pages. And you know, if there is more page, like for instance, another page which you need to add, then you click the plus. But so far, we've created how many pages? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've created teacher professionalism, pedagogical content, assessment and reporting, inclusive education, comprehensive school health and safety, financial literacy, and then instructional leadership, finally conclusion. So whatever artifacts that you collect, then you place into the respective pages that you have already created. And then remember, it will make sense if you make a description on the same. That's creating a caption describing what that artifact is about. In fact, if you follow this presentation, as you move step by step, you'll finally enjoy creating your e-portfolio. So look at it now. This one is on the second item on the pedagogical content knowledge and CBC. So the page will look like this. If you look at it now, the first one was teacher professionalism. Then the second one, if you look at even there is in that area on the pages down there, you will see pedagogical content highlighted. And then now on this other page, the page is physically displayed, where you are seeing Padma, Rema, pedagogical content knowledge, career, goals, education, etc. If you go to the next one now, you can see assessment and reporting. That is the next page. Then you go to a next page. This is inclusive education. You go to the next page. It is a comprehensive school health. And yours will also look like this. They look beautiful. The next one is financial literacy and instructional. The next one is instructional leadership. And finally, the conclusion, where you can actually form a conclusion on the same. Then after that, then you can still go to the home, because what is very important is to review your work. You want to see your work, whether it is well organized. Then now you click on the preview button so that you can be able to see the preview button. So you can now see Padma Rema page, and it is talking about Padma DVD learning journey. So after preview, you can now see, and you see the pages. Here you are seeing the cover page. Then you are seeing the pages organized there. Then now you can now move to how to publish. You want now to publish. Publishing now, we are saying once you are through with adding all the artifacts with description that are relevant, it is time to publish your work so that it can be reviewed, it can be viewed by others. One is now you click publish, so now a page will be created that other people can be able to look at it. So one is you click now publish, it's just like the profile that you put in your WhatsApp. One is you upload it and then now you save. Then everybody else now will see that there is a profile changing new. And some people tell you now, we've seen, we've appreciated. Some people, if it's something good, they will tell you. If something bad, they will tell you. So it's the same thing. One is you now publish, now it goes to public. Everybody can see now. And here now is that what is, we want you now for us in order to share with the Kemi Virtual Campus and even share to friends. And this is a process of how to create a link. So the best thing now you do is that you choose a web address, like your email still. So you can put an email there, then and then you can also indicate who can access, and you can say anyone at Kemi Management Institute can actually manage or can be able to see. So you can now see the publish site now. Publish site will be Padma Rema. Then what you need to do is to click publish. If you click publish, then now this is how it is seen. The summary of it. You can see the image below. You are seeing on this left-hand side, Padma Rema, the home page, which is the background, the different pages, which is there. You can navigate. If you are interested in any area, then you click, you can be able to reach that page and you can be able to see. On the front, you can now see the Padma's TPT page or cover. Sometimes there's something which you want to correct, or sometimes there's something which you want to add. Then there is an option of edit the published portfolio. And then there is a pen, symbol of a pen at that end. So you can actually make the changes, and then you ensure that you remember to publish your work once again, because once you publish, then the changes are effective. The changes are effective. 13, we are talking of now your portfolio is ready and you want to share with friends. So there is a icon which is indicating a person plus, that is those people which you wish friends or even came. So now you click that to share. Then what is happening? Then you are given the names. I'm seeing somebody was trying, Batman was sharing with Purity Kibui. That is one of our facilitators. Okay. So you had the name. Actually, that is there is a selection. You can choose the people you want to share with. And then they can be able to see. If you want to change the settings, yes, fine. So change the settings to public so that anybody with a link can view your portfolio. So you go into not restricted, because if you put restricted, then maybe those people you've selected, they may not be able to see. Now, section 15 is getting the published site. Now getting a link. How do you get a link? There's somewhere where we've cycled with green. That is the link. If you want to get a link that you will share so that your portfolio can be shared by anybody else, if once you want to share your portfolio, then you share the link. Even Kemi, you have to share this link in virtual campus so that somebody can be able to access, the markers can be able to access your e-portfolio through the link. So there you click to obtain a link. So there is where now you want to sharing the link on the virtual campus. If you have to share with virtual campus, then log into the virtual campus account. Then you click add submission. Then you paste your e-portfolio link there. And then you save the changes. Then your portfolio is already received by Kemi through virtual campus. And now it is ready for marking. It's ready for marking. Now, if you want, let me do this. You will allow me, I will share this in this link so that you can be able to appreciate this. You will appreciate every step. And then thereafter, in the evening, you can be able to follow. Whatever I was going through, it is in this link. So I will put in the chat. Then from there, you can be able to follow in the learning, in the extended learning activities. Otherwise, for now, let me get some reactions. Let me get reactions before I move to the closure of the day. Tasmin, Jamal. Go ahead. There are 3 people with hand raised. So my brother, Elvis, you can allow them. Let them react because it has been a long journey. But anyway, it will be summarized by this link when I share in your WhatsApp, in your chat. There are 5 people. First one, just unmute.
Let me start with Juliet.
Okay. Right.
Hello, thank you, teacher. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The presentation was nice, Mr. Ngetich,
Yes.
but you are a little bit too fast for some of us to cope.
I'm sorry.
I wish you could just redo the presentation once more. Maybe we got lost around there. Most people are complaining from step 5.
From?
Step 5.
Oh, step 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I don't know if we'll have time so that we can recap, or maybe you'll share for us the link.
All right. Fine.
Yeah, ama tutengeneze portfolio tulete Nairobi.
No, it is online. Online.
This online business is becoming too hectic. Yeah?
It is simple. Simple. It is 1
Yeah.
plus 1. Very simple. Yeah, in
Okay, we are
fact,
trying to catch up, but try and be a little bit slow.
when you get into the template, it is self-navigating. What you need only is what to put in.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah.
Anybody else? I think I will spare some time to start from step 5. Any other? Just give another person. Elvis, give
We
another
have
person.
Naomi. Do you have a question?
It's just a point to note. Thank you, Mwalimu, for the presentation. Though you were a bit faster, as my friend has said, but we are requesting that you post the link on WhatsApp so that we can follow it up later.
Fine. I will do it in the chat so that you can be able to pick from there.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry for being faster, but because, you know, I wish if we would be doing it practically, then we would actually follow slowly by slowly. But anyway, I will spend a few minutes for you to catch up. Yes. Anybody else? One more. One more. And the chats are speaking a lot. I'm having 99. I don't know whether there's a nice presentation. I remember also attendance in the chat. There is also attendance in the chat. So, yes. I'm totally lost. Where have you lost? I need that person who is totally lost to raise the hand and speak out. Because when you don't speak out, you are going to be totally lost again. So, who is that? Unable to register? Maybe that is something which you can still do. Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Were you the
Yes,
one who is
Mwalimu.
totally lost? Go ahead.
Mwalimu, thank you. I am not lost,
Mm.
but mine is just to raise an issue about a recap of the session of the session. Maybe if we can recap the session for some of us who came late, and then we know what might have transpired at the beginning of the session.
Oh,
kindly.
So I noticed some people were late, and those are the people who are saying I'm a little faster. I'm noticing, yeah, that is a cap. So to reconcile the two is difficult. When you come late, you cannot redo the thing, but I will see what to do. Yes. I'm now having the full house. 287 is my number. So meaning that everyone is in now. Any last one? Maybe what you do, raise your hand, then we see it as a panning. If there is a panning question, let the hand be up, then we can listen to that. I remember also there is a YouTube video which is there. It will be shared for you later and you will enjoy. So somebody is saying a YouTube can do better. So a YouTube is already there, already developed. So it will be shared. But for the purpose of this presentation, I was to do it. Any panning question? Somebody is saying yes. Panning question, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Not really, but maybe some comment.
Yeah, you are lost. Your network is poor. I don't know what to do. Your network is not serving us well. Yes.
I could just maybe talk of I would request that in case there is a PDF presentation of posted somewhere to help us go slowly. Some of us were gonna shida because we have to listen at the same time, do it on the computer. So we could have a presentation of PDF. We can go through it after the lesson.
Yes, one is that the link that I will share, is summarizing what I've done. Okay. Then two,
okay,
we shall have a video share it in your WhatsApp later on the creation of a portfolio, and you will enjoy. So this
Thank
is
you.
one of the challenges you are facing. It is that you are interacting for the first time, but later on you will realize it is an easy thing, particularly when you go through the link, because the link is a summary of what I have done. But somehow I will spend around 2 minutes to begin from step 5 and then see, reminding each one of us what we need to include. Yes.
Okay, also contact someone who is in charge of the issue of fee payment so that we are able to know how do we pay the fee, where do we do that, and all that.
Elvis, you are here. Elvis.
Yes, concerning fee payments,
yes,
in your various groups, someone will be able. We have officers in each of those groups. Someone will be able to update and assist.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
A procedure of payment and how to pay it will be shared through your various WhatsApp groups. But there is a question which has always been asked, and I find that one to be very typical. Somebody is saying, would I be able to know the balance that I owe Kemi? It might be typical. It is you who knows the balance. Okay, thank you. I think I have handled the panning question. Now, let me go back to step 5. Then after that, then I will share the link. I will go to the group processing and then learning, external learning activities, and then I share the link, then I conclude. So you are talking of step 5. And I will now promise to be more faster than before. Let me look at the, so that I'll move faster. Possibly from step 2. And I say this is very important. This one is an outlay of the structure, outlay of the e-portfolio. You can put this one as a screenshot, because the cover page will contain your brief description about the various issues which you discuss, including your teaching philosophy, your strength, your achievements, and your goals. So that one is always found in your page, your cover page. Then the others, we expect you, because we are talking of introductory module, these are the areas which we are covering. So it should actually have all the topics that we are covering in the introductory module. So whatever artifacts that relates to each of these is what you are putting down there. And each of these, I'm sorry, maybe I'm moving very fast, is that each of these, from teaching profession to the conclusion, will have a page. You will create a page for each, so that whatever information you have, you add into that particular page. So there is a page for teaching professionalism, teaching pedagogy, pedagogy page, assessment page, inclusive page, comprehensive page, financial literacy page, and conclusion page. So all the steps which I was taking you through is how to create the pages, how to add a text, how to publish, and how to share. So those were actually the process, but everything else should be summarized in this manner. So if you have that, then you are okay. I will also remind you that this one makes reference to what I had shown you earlier. So these are the steps. The first step, I say you must have a Gmail account. And there is a place where it will ask you for your email address, and your email, don't use a phone, but use an email. And that email must be that which will end with gmail@gmail.com. Then you will be able to navigate through your email, your e-portfolio. Again, if you don't have it, then remember to create one. There is a provision over that. Okay. Then step 2 is now you are now utilizing the Google apps. The Google app. Now there are 9 thoughts in when you go to the Gmail, like in the Gmail, you have the Google. Before you look at that, where it will display everything else, you click in the 9, because there is somewhere where icon for settings, then icon for 9 dots. If you count those dots, they are 9. There, when you click, then it will display those things, including the Gmail account, the docs, the calendar, and then what you are interested is what is called the sites. Your interest is the sites, where it is highlighted in green. Then when you click the sites, what you see is now you see the Google sites. Then what is required is that you are required to sign in. You click sign in. When you click sign in, it will give you a template gallery. It is very important. Now you are starting your portfolio. That is step 3, choosing a portfolio template. So you go to a place where it is showing you template gallery. In that template gallery, in fact, what I needed you to do in step 3, you could even be summarizing. You can say step 1 is Google account. Step 2 is sites. Step 3 is a template, what we are saying template gallery. So when you click the template gallery, it will give you so many. You know, there are people who are professionals, like there are people who are farmers, there are people who are doctors, there are people who are teachers, but now you choose the one for students. And that is why you are finding a student portfolio. That is step 3. You are creating a portfolio now. Choose student portfolio, because you are, for this purpose, you are a student. For this purpose, I'm a teacher. For your, don't choose for a teacher. Choose for a student portfolio. That is step 3. So here you are saying student portfolio, step 3. To make your work easier, you are summarizing like that. I hope somebody is having a pen and a paper. So you should be writing step 3, student portfolio. That is what you choose. Then step 4, you are now coming to a cover page, and step 4 is your cover page, which must have your name. So cover page, that is the name. So there is a place where it is circulated green in your laptop or your gadget. Then that green, because you're already in the journey of creating the portfolio. So put your name. And then when you put your name, you are adding the name now, because you are putting the name, you are here, this one is only locating. Then now you're putting the name, and the person we are now using, you can put your name, but now for interest of this demonstration, we're having Batma, Rema. That is, I think that is where people got lost now. I'm beginning from step 5. Rema is now the one. You can put your name there to mean that now it is now your portfolio. Then you come now, you are seeing the display. If you put the name, then it will display, and it will now indicate that this is Rema TPD learning channel. It could be somebody who is a farmer, can even indicate anything else. So now Rema is there. Now the topic will display. Then you are now choosing a theme. Like now, because actually you are supposed to indicate what is it about. What is it about? So in the right corner, you will see the themes. You click the themes. When you click the themes, I hope now you are seeing, you are choosing a theme. Now this 6 is theme. So when you click, you will now found that you are having a logo. You put a logo or a profile picture. You can put an image, a banner image. Then you can now select the image. If you don't have, then you can choose from the internet. If you have, then you can pick from your computer. So there are 2 things there. You are adding, because the name is already there. You are seeing up there. The name is Panmas TPD learning journey. That was the name which was put there. So what you need to include now is the logo or the image, the profile image, and any other. So you can now see, having put that, then what you do, you go to change image. When you change the image, then it saves. Then you can see the background. I think that is where most of you have gotten lost, yeah? So here you can now see, maybe the image that Padma have used, maybe when she was with the Alanas. So you can see that one. Now that is the profile she has put. That is now. So now the portfolio is ready. Up to there, you have done the basics. You have put your name, you have put the logo or the image. And the image now, Rema have chosen is the one she's in class with Alanas. That is the image. Now it will cover the whole page. So what next? What the next thing you need to do now is to come and include the teaching philosophy. What is your teaching philosophy? And I think here we have 3 examples which I have given. Again, in the template, it will ask you what is your philosophy. Now you can put it like my teaching philosophy is this. Then you can pick any of the 3 examples I have said. So I had actually discussed the 3. Then the next one is what are your achievements? What are your strengths? What are your goals? And it is in the template. All that you need to do is only put your words, but the titles are already there. It is indicated as strengths, achievements, and goals. So what you need to do, just click in, add what you think it is. Your strengths, your achievements, and your goals in your teaching profession. What is it that you have achieved? Then now you have done with the basics. You have done with the naming, the image, the background that you need to display, as we've seen the class of Padma. Then the next thing you have also put is your teaching philosophy, and you have put your strength and whatever. So now, what is now remaining is, in this TPD, every topic that you have handled in the introductory module forms a page. So we are supposed to create 7 pages because there are 7 topics or standards in this manner that we are handling in the TPD. So there are 7. So we create the 7. And how do you create? You go to pages. I'm now in step 10. Don't ask me how I've moved from step 6 to step 10. I think it is clear. So into the pages, you click the pages you have seen. And then you come to the add. Once you click that, then you add. When you add, it provides you a space to write. So now you will find time to write. So here you click insert. When you click the insert, because here you click the pages, then it will give you a space, empty space. Then you click add or plus, then it will give you a space like that. Then now it will ask you to insert. So when you insert, then you are supposed to be inserting quite a number of the content or the number of pages. Like now, if you see, somebody have taken time now to, you see from the pages, you remember there is home page. Home page is where it is displaying the image, the name and the image. Then the next one is displaying the 7 parts. We have the teacher professionalism, those are the topics which are handling in the TPT, because for every topic that we are handling, then you are supposed to be inserting something. So now these are the 7 areas which you are supposed to put. So once you are through with that, then now you can see, like the first page is teacher professionalism. After the home page. Then the second page is pedagogy. The third page is assessment. The fourth page is inclusive. I hope you are seeing that. You might say that I'm moving very fast. I want you to see the outer image displayed and those on the pages, because the pages are displayed there. Then the next page is comprehensive school health and safety. The next page is financial literacy. Here, anything relating with finance, activity, presentation, photos, you put here under this. Your achievement, whatever you have done when it came to the learning of financial literacy. Then the last page is instructional leadership. And then now you are drawing conclusion over that. I think that is where we were. And here is where I was talking of the preview. You know, at the end of it, you want to see whether you've done everything well. And you go to a page which is referred as preview. And then in that preview, after you have corrected, if there is an error, you correct it in the preview. Because the preview will allow you to go through, and in case there is an error, you correct it. In case it is okay, then now you go to publish. You click the publish. When you click the publish, then now it will ask you, you write under what? Maybe now you are creating a web for Padma Rehema, you write your name. Then after that, it will give you a link. It will give you, maybe now, after publishing, this is now for the public. The public will see it that way. This is how it will display. On one side, the pages. On the other side, the cover page. Then now, in case there is something you might have made an error and you want to edit, it is also providing for edit. So there is a pen below, right? Below the right hand side corner, you can see a pen. Once you click that one, it will allow you to edit whatever you find it necessary to get edited. Then here, once sometimes you want to share, then you, on the top there, you will find where there is a group of people plus. Then there you click the sites. It will give you the where to add the people you want to add. So you can actually add some people. Like now here, I was saying this, a colleague, Purity Kibui, is one of us. Maybe in the demonstration by the partner, it was used. So you can add your friends, you can add your colleagues here. Then getting the published site link. If you want to get a link, then again, after the review, you can find something like a chain. That is a link. Then once you click here, you will obtain a link. And this link you can now share. You can share with Kemi, for instance. If you want to share, because we can only get after you share the link. That once you click here, you will obtain the link. The link regarding your e-portfolio, because it's online. So this link you can share with anybody that you want the person to access. So you need now to, if you look at it here, there is a e-portfolio. You click here, then now you can add your submission. And then once you copy paste here, then what you do, you save the changes. Then it is over. So with the interest of the many who wanted me to have a preview of the presentation, I think I've done. So the next thing before I share this, the link, which of course it will be useful for you during the learning, extended learning activities, then let's look at this. Now, I hope what you can do, you can, I don't know whether you can write in WhatsApp, I mean in your chat, or you can write anywhere. Maybe you can write even in a piece of paper somewhere. This is what we are talking of, group processing, and make sure everybody writes this. This is a full participation. Even if you have been keeping quiet all the day, but never miss to write this. Write this one. I know it may not work with our chats, just write anywhere, because this one, the same information here, we shall require you to put in the virtual campus. This is what now forms the reflective channel. This is actually what it is very important that you take note of this. So just note, think of one thing you each did well that contributed to the group success. Well, there are people who have been chairing it, there are people who are secretaries, there are people who contributed. So just write one thing. Then write again one thing I have learned. What is it that you have learned through today's work? What is it that you have learned? And finally, what is it that you have contributed to the group? There is something you must have contributed to the group. That group that you went during the break away rooms. And even me, I'm very sure Dasmin will have to say something because she has contributed a lot, even to the entire group, by asking a lot of questions that will make things clear to the others. You've contributed that. All right. Once you are through with that, then this is now what will go into assessment. The other one, you've written it somewhere. Okay, but now this is what we require you to later on upload into the virtual campus. It is very important. This is going to assessment because under this topic, we are going to have this. This one is going to be assessed. So we have looked at the TPT assessment framework. The topic now is the TPT assessment. Reflections, synthesis, essay, and e-portfolio. Take time to reflect on what you have learned and complete the following statements. So make sure you have it somewhere, and then this is now forming the reflective channel. So you realize today, I really have given you, I'll give you an assignment that will go to marking. This one goes to marking. So under this TPT assessment, under the subtopics, reflection, synthesis, and e-portfolio, I have learned that, then put something down. I need to learn more about it, then put it down. What needs to be improved, then put it down. That is reflection. That is reflective channel. You're already participating in assessment of your TPT. And make sure this information goes to the virtual campus later. So you can screenshot that one and then you can do later. Are we together? You screenshot that one, then we can do that. You can do later. Finally, this is an extended learning activity which I require you to do, particularly number 1. And then number 2 is where you are going to upload your reflections. So the number 1, I will give you the link so that it can guide you to prepare e-portfolio. I will share right now to the chat. So by tomorrow, you are done with it. But now you are doing it online. So go step by step. Never mind whatever step you have reached, ensure to save. Don't publish yet, but you will still continue developing it until you are complete yet. And you create those pages like the pathmas. Then log into your account on the Kemi Virtual Campus. And I know my brother here, Elvis, is talking of some few people are new. Maybe they have not created their accounts, but please do something today and side chat Elvis. Elvis is the way to Virtual Campus. Just like John the Baptist.
Thank you, Mr. Barkwal.
Can you say something here? Just say something on the logging to your account. Oh. And I wish this participant could know how important you are, because You he's actually the man managing the Game Virtual Campus. That is why I'm lucky today with him, to be with him.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Barkwan. So, members, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Barkwan. If you're having challenges accessing the virtual campus, I'm going to share my number on WhatsApp, so you can send me a message with your issue and include your TSC number. I may not, then I'll be able to answer to your queries. Let us all work on our reflections. Some of us have not done our reflections on previous work, right from professionalism when we started. That was the first session. So I'm asking you to let us work on our reflections during this moment. Let us work on the reflections. What are the ones which are going to be they're going to be assessed or marked? So let us work, as Mr. Barkwan has clearly put it, let us work on reflections. And also, we are also going to make these notes available by tomorrow. Tomorrow, you're going to be able to access notes on this session. So you should be able to access these notes and you'll be able to catch up on the several questions that I've been seeing on the chat. Then also, finally, the e-portfolio. We are going to, on our various WhatsApp groups, we are going to share a video on how to create an e-portfolio using your mobile phone. Because we realize that majority of you are using it, a mobile phone. So from my end, thank you very much. Let us keep on talking. Let us keep on collaborating. I shall be here for you. I'm sharing my number on the chat. Be sure to send me a message and I shall be able to respond. We are going to assist you in the best way possible so that you can complete this journey. Mr. Barkwan.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for that information. And I hope participants are keen and they are serious to take that. Otherwise, before I exit, I will share, maybe I'll stop sharing, but what is key and what I plan from my brother Elvis is that for every topic, this is needed to be uploaded in the Game Virtual Campus. For every topic, right from the professionalism to the last year, instructional leadership. So you can still access yourself the assignments which are not done. This one is one of them. And then now we shall go to final synthesis and e-portfolio. And e-portfolio is a continuous development. So it is not a one-off. But this one is a one-off by every topic. It is very, very, very important for you to learn, to get to know this. Because you realize some people are told you have not cleared assignment. And you know, again, it is difficult to do a reflection of a thing that you did last year. You will be facing some challenges. I don't know whether in the first place you don't remember which year because it is 2022. Then you don't remember which topic because now that is a day's reflection. So those don't postpone. If I were you, you are supposed to screenshot this and then start working on that because this is forming part of your 40 marks. Yes, and then screenshot also this one because this is also an activity which you are supposed to be learning. This is an activity you are going to begin developing it with this is a continuous development, professional development. It's a formative assessment is where all that you do bit per bit counts. It counts. So screenshot that. Therefore, let me stop sharing and then I will share the link into So I'm not keeping quiet. I'm still struggling to get a link. I'll put a link to your chat. The Badmas e-portfolio. The other information will still be coming. I've lost the okay, we are here. So let me put into the chat. Sorry. In the chat. So that is telling the bad mass which I was going through. Okay, it's already there. Now, can you unmute everyone, my brother Elvis? I want us to conclude this meeting. Let's have somebody, maybe I listen to, let's see, I'm seeing some hands up. Let me get this response to the, maybe the queries could be raised. Christabel, you can allow Christabel to say something. Then we go to Jamal. Yes.
Hello.
Hello, Christabel.
I wanted to make the closing prayer, sir.
Yes, let's now be ready. Let me hear from Jamal. Maybe she has something. Jamal. Jamal.
Yes, sir, sorry. I just got unmuted. I wanted to find out the deadline for completing the portfolio.
Portfolio, kindly, Jamal, I've told you that by the end of I think the deadline will be by the end of after we've completed the introductory module. That is the time now you are wrapping up everything, and then now you need to review and find out whether it is now complete. So we are yet, I think we are still having some topics. We are still having some topics to cover.
Yeah.
Like the last topic is instructional leadership.
Yes.
So, but we shall let you know. If you stick to the WhatsApp communication, you will get some information on the deadline of completing the synthesis and the e-portfolio. But right now, start developing. Right now, start developing. You began the process.
Okay, so we'll complete our classes this month by, I think by Friday, or we're carrying on till next week.
We shall let you know.
Okay, fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you and everyone for the support. It has been for my side, I have enjoyed, and I believe from the comments that you are putting in the chats, I also appreciate, because it is human to also get positive comments. Thank you so much. Christabel, take the stage. Allow Christabel to unmute. Okay.
Okay, let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we are grateful for giving us a new year. Thank you, King of Glory, for all that we have learned today. We pray that you bless our facilitators, help every participant as we begin this year. May you give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. May you cover each one of us by the blood of Jesus. I have prayed all this while trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And be blessed, Christabel. Thank you, and God bless you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Mm.
It was a wonderful presentation, the teacher.
Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
See you all back at 2. Bye.
At 2. Serious, you can be serious at
Are we
2.
coming again? I think.
No.
Where? You?
Lale.
See you tomorrow.
Yes,
Tukutane saa 8.
Who is that asking we come back at 2?
Mulale.
Hujachoka.
Kuja peke yake.
Wacha aje
Mwenye
peke yake.
kutaka kuja anaweza kuja peke yake.
Ana kitu kingine cha kufanya yao.
Jamani.
Ajimal is coming back. Ajimal is coming back.
Hey, tabia mbaya hadi saa 8.
Bila tumtaya.
Bye.